Action Pets Gaming. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. Laid back. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Throwing parts. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing pots together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right.
Hey, good morning. Good Sunday morning on this July the 13th of 2025, and I've got, hey, me being on time. And hopefully I'm not muted or something funky. But it looks like we're doing what we should be doing. That's a good thing. So yeah, I'm on time. It's 10 a.m., at least from where I'm sitting. I know some of you are still out there in the past, and some are even in the future. But whatever present you happen to be in, I do hope it's going good for you. All right. It's Sunday. We're going to be doing some No Man's Sky as per usual. And we'll get to some building. I'm going to bounce around a little bit. Uh, and I'm still looking for a couple of areas. And I kind of want to get into some exploration today a little bit. You know, I got to fly around a little bit, you know. There's been so many changes to the terrain and planets and everything that I kind of missed that. So we'll get on some of that as well. But first, let's get on over to chat, see if we got anybody here. I know it's early. It's Sunday. It's a lazy day. But we got Gamma Wolf. What's going on, Gamma? Experimental, are you on a scene video? Yes, I am on Experimental. And the parts do look better. Enlarged, and I got to check. I didn't check last night. I should have. I was hanging out with ER, and he brought up a good point. But yeah, we'll get into that. And we got Levity. What's going on? How you doing? Good to see you. All right, let's get off my ugly mug. And I don't know. It just says experimental. I'm not really sure. As you can see here, it's like experimental. I don't know how to check that. It just says experimental, so I have no idea. Freaking YouTube being YouTube, and you're freaking YouTubing, not knowing anything, telling me all this stuff. Not sure if it's actual stuff or just messing with me. All right, let's get into playing. Downside is me being on experimental means I can't join anybody, or no one can join me, which sucks. But I'm gonna, once the update happens, I think I will opt out until I know that there's another patch coming. So I don't know how to, because I tried to opt out last night, and it created an pretty heavy duty, heavy duty issue where it wanted me to download something, but it wasn't really downloading anything, and my cloud saves were a little wacky, and I should probably check my city now that I'm thinking about that. But yeah. And I had to change my game plan a little bit here due to the fact that the terrain was not cooperating. So I don't know what's going on with that. So there's a problem there. So we'll have to figure that out. Yeah. So if we look here, like these parts now are, they have more detail, but when you get up on them, they are still kind of wackadoo, you know, as you can kind of see here. Now, this is an enlarged part, so, but if you look off into the distance, that planet looks all funkadelic too, right? There's something like not quite right about it. And it's another reason I kind of want to do a little exploration. But it just looks a little pixelated. Not as, crisp as it used to be. So yeah, there is that. And Sergeant Belson, welcome. Hey, Grimy, what's going on? Alrighty, let's see here. Katrine Raid! Dashboard Devil, what's going on? Thank you, Katrine. Welcome, welcome, y'all. I don't know if I want this here. Because it's going to connect to everything, I think, isn't it? Gamma Wolf, Grimy, Levity, Star Wizard. Welcome, Star Wizard. I'm afraid it's going to connect to everything. That's what I don't want. I think I'm going to have to use the other bit there. Thank you, Sarge. Oh no, okay, we'll be alright. I'm alright with that. Yep. Oh, you know what? No, it's not going to work. Never mind. Okay, darn it. That's okay. We got it. Katrine, welcome. Thank you for the raid. We're going to have to go with the other part. That's what I need. Wolfie, welcome. Elon Paul, welcome. Yeah, that's more what I'm looking for. Alright. I don't know how I'm going to do this, but we're going to do it. You know what? I know what I need to do as well. I need to gain some terrain edits back. I think that's part of my problem here. Is it Wharfie? Wharfie! Why do I say Wolfie? Wharfie. Welcome. Because I'm an idiot? What am I doing? I don't know anymore because I'm a moron. Yes, I am. And of course, I had like this Windows update, right? Pardon me. Messing with all my settings this morning. Thanks to Levity. There we go. I was able to kind of get through it. I had a little test person there to, hey, can you talk for a minute? Can you say this? Ah, okay. I thought that's, I kept wondering, I'm like, what is that from? I know something, you know what I mean? But it's the brain as you get older gets a little cranky on you. Is this even what I want? Yeah, I'm alright with that, I guess. Am I? I don't know if I am. But I don't want that super wide there. I want a little bit of a... Yeah, okay. Alright, I'm alright with it. Sort of. Alright, moving on. Next. Right on, let me. Please just let us build this stuff on terrain. I mean, come on. Just open the build. Open it up. Oh, damn it. I forgot to do the thing with the thing. There we go. Silent, what's going on? How you doing? Hey. Good morning, everybody. Or afternoon or evening, whatever you might be doing. Boop, boop, boop. 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 Bullabee, bullaboo. Stuff here, move it there, it'll come around somehow to here. Alright. And it's a bummer because I can't see ER made a bunch of changes over there and I can't see it. And yeah. Then I gotta get some light going on in here. And it's gonna suck because it's gonna be a 3,000 part build because it's gotta be uploadable. And I'm gonna overbuild on it because I want to. Because it's gonna end up being that way. I'm gonna have no damn choice. You know me, an idiot. But I need a good 3,000 upload, so I got to figure that out. And then I'll overbuild afterwards. Yeah, Silent, it's been a little toasty pretty much everywhere these days, apparently, huh? Getting a little hot there. Alright, we got to go, and I got to get some terrain edits back. Because I do not have any currently. Alright, let's go this way. Never. Never. I'm going to have to switch some of these too at some point. Why not? Add a little bit of something in there. I'm going to have to change some of these around at some point so that we have, you know, all that fun stuff in there that you can hopefully use. I want to try something. May have to put that in later, though, right? That would be very deep. And if I did this, boop, boop. Okay. Mm. Why are you being so difficult? Gotta love when this happens. No, you don't. Come on here, huh? I have no time for these games. There we go. That's better. All right. You know what? I'm not taking the chance of a base computer. It kills me, man. Just please let us do this. Actually, shoot, I forgot to do the thing, didn't I? Oh no. Okay, we're good. You're killing me, Smalls. All right. I am going to try to get some terrain back. Otherwise, we're going to be in big trouble here with our terrain. Because I do not have any terrain at its left. Which is kind of a bummer. I just want to make sure that I blah blah blahing before I, yeah, 0. And I don't know why the terrain is doing what it's doing. It was fine. It was fine for some time, and now it's regenerating again. And now that could be a number of reasons. It could be because, you know, I'm on the EROS planet. It could be I'm on experimental. It could be a whole host of reasons. But I need to somehow deal with it. Because I need to get rid of some of this terrain and have it stay gone. Get out of here. All right. Oh, you know what, though? I probably should do. Before I do any of that, so I don't come back and I'm all bummed out. All right. Let's get some terrain back, shall we? Let's start with this one. We need it. We gotta have it. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Give me my terrain back. Although, I think I was actually not completely dumb on this one. Alright, let's do the fly around. And of course, to truly get what we need, we would have to be underground. But, oh, you know what? Hold on. I am done here. Let's get rid of this while we can. Thank you. We don't really need it anymore. Give me my terrain. I need it. Need it, got it, want it, need it, got it, want it. All right, that looks good. Got a little bit there. I mean, I could go underground, but we'll do that. Not now. All right, where's the save button? I need a save button. Where are you? Where are you? Aha. All right, that's done. And now we'll go to our next one. Kaleidoscopy. What is 34 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit? What is 34 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit? 90 something, isn't it? Yeah, 93.2. Ah! See, I kind of knew. Not really, but... Alright, how about over here? Anything? Did I really not? This is a first. I'm like, where's my... Oh, I just destroyed a bunch of crap. Okay. But I don't think I had anything other. I think I actually... Well, and this is a pretty flat terrain as well, so that makes sense. Here I am like... Burp, burp, burp. You didn't have any needed to replace until you came in and started wrecking the joint. Alright, that's good. Save beacon, please. Where did I put it in this one? I don't think I actually have one here. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Get out of here. And let's go to here. I don't think I have any terrain edits here either, but we'll take a look. I'm trying to think of where I would have a bunch in this save. Yeah, no, I didn't think so here. Yeah, I don't think I have any here either. I think I built well above ground. Okay. Somebody was thinking. Check this one. We're going to have a ton here, I think. Which is going to be kind of a bummer, but we'll deal with it. And something tells me if I overbuild, this is going to end up gone anyway. I know I have a bunch here, actually. Oops. But I may have... Oh, yeah. And see, this is the problem that I've been having. Is that the terrain is now returning when it should not be. So, alright. There's an issue with the terrain. At least in experimental. Because we are being overgrown again. Alright. That's not cool. That ain't cool, man. Yep. Yeah, all that. Bonk. Alright, so currently there seems to be an issue with the terrain again, which is sort of a drag, because it has been so good for so long, and now it has decided to return with a vengeance. And again, it is probably due to me being on experimental. Because I really don't have a whole lot built here that should be in terrain. So I don't know why the terrain is being funky. I'm guessing it's experimental. I have a feeling. But it is a guess, and I don't have anything barely here, so for me to have any terrain issues would be, yeah, oh, a little bit. Let's see what we got here. No. So that's why, I'm curious as to why it is doing what it's doing. But yeah, I haven't had any visitors. Nary a one. But yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot of build on this, so the city R&D zoo and the Dream Machine are the, really the only ones. And again, a lot of these are built above terrain, so I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on here. Yeah, Cat, it's. But don't give me the option if it's not going to work right. Although the city, ooh, you know what? We should probably go check the city. That's going to be a scary thought. Shoot. I didn't even think about that. Hmm. Damn it. But that is a PlayStation cross save. We'll check. Oh, I'm nervous. I think I did pretty good here too. Well, there's a couple. Hold on. Not really. Oh, that's in the way. Oh, no, okay. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah, right in the center there. Okay. But still, nothing... Like, I don't feel I've used my terrain edits, you know, at this point. Whoa, 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 get back up there, get back up there, get back up there. No, no, no. Damn you. Okay. Yeah, there's a big chunk in the middle. Okay. There we go. There we go. Get all that. No, come on, no! Damn you! Yes, there should be a in case of fall, but getting up here can be quite difficult. Son of a biscuit, come on. And this is enough to build up your jetpack. Although the gravity here seems to be pretty heavy. And my jetpack apparently sucks. Yeah, I gotta get my mods going again. I really do. I can't remember what I need, because everything was on my old pre-built, and now I'm on my me build. My new computer. And for now, I'm just going to do this, and I can come back and clean it up. And hopefully the terrain will go back to acting the way it should. Yeah, and there's really not a lot to clean in here, so I'm not too worried about it. Come on. Crappy jetpack. Whoa, hey. Okay, that should be good. Where's my save? Where are you? Find. Oh, Aha. I forgot. There we go. All right, saved. Yes. Now, let's head back. All right, let's see if I can even have any. Hey, look at that. Our base terrain edits have returned. Yay! All right. There's still a little missing, but that's okay. At least we have some that we can now work with in our new area. And that, my friends, is what I was after. Now I'm after a teleporter. Should be right there. All right, let's head back to the ER extension. And then I'm going to go check the city real quick. I worry. I worry. All right, we're going to save here. Yeah, we desperately need some light in this area. Holy mackerel. It's dark. Super dark. Heck, if it weren't for the platforms and the prayer rooms. So yes, they did. We'll get into that shortly. The textures on the new build parts are better. The lighting is still an issue, unfortunately, on some things. But yeah, we'll head back here in a minute. We're gonna quit out to and it's not public yet. I am on experimental. Okay, good, good. Yeah, okay. Okay. Let's go check the real worrisome area. This is still blowing my mind. Ooh. Brainstorm. now if I can only remember later to check it and try it. Okay. Uh-oh. No. 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 We're good. All right, never mind. Losing my mind a little bit. No, we're fine. We're fine. I forgot I didn't do anything here, and actually this looks better in a weird way. So I'm okay with that. Nope, nope, nope. We're good. We're good. We're good. Ooh, this looks better. Ooh, look at the detail on that now. Oh, wow. Right on, right on. This is what I was concerned about. But I've gone through this build, and, you know we've already retrieved as much terrain as possible, and this is the only build on this save. So I think we're okay here. At least for now, it seems it. So, and it's, this build is settled in for some time now. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Sweet. Old Town looks fine. Yep, that doesn't have that weird little pile that sometimes shows up only when people visit. Which is always weird. That's like, your build. People should be seeing what you're seeing, Okay, I think we're alright. We're gonna have to do some painting at some point here, but I think we are, for the most part, just fine. We're good. Okay. It does get worrisome. It really does at times, But yeah, even in here is clean, and sometimes this is not. So, all right, I think we're good. I think we are okay. We're good. We're good. I still do. The boost pads need to animate again. That's kind of a bummer. This is a little wacky. That's a little wacky. And did they fix these? These look better. Although we even went in and did a little fixing on our own by not overlapping as much. This, on the other hand, is a little funkadelic, but all in all, not too bad. Ooh, that looks really good. A little more natural. Yep. We're good. That would have sucked. And now we've got some terrain back. We might be taking our break a little early because I'm almost out of coffee, and what I do have is, well, in that gross temperature. And so now I should be able to get away with some terrain editing. Which would be nice. All right, difficult. Really? Okay. I can take that. Interesting. Okay, so that's oddly lucky, by the way, what just happened here. I don't know why or what that is sticking to. I think it's this. I'm surprised that it does not snap to the top, but it snaps to the bottom of that piece, which is a little bit odd. Or is it not at all? Is that... No, that is that piece, right? Yeah, it is. So I don't understand some of the snapping bits here sometimes. Like, but if you do a floor, you know, etc., it won't. All right, that's good to know. Although now I got to remember where my reference point was. That's kind of a... That's going to be a little odd. All right, so for now, just to kind of get a rough idea of where that is, let's look over here. That's roughly center. So let's see, that was from the corner. What did I do? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. To the corner. 1, 2. No, it's probably going to be... this one. Okay. I'd like to do one large one. Can I do that instead? All right, we'll try that in a minute. If I can cut down on some of our part count, I would be much, much happier. All right, let's try it like this. It's about as accurate as nothing. Oh, I guess I was a little more accurate than I thought. But then I'd have to, and this is where the problem comes in. I gotta, bring this down somehow. Or I can just cut this across here, shagung. I don't like the 2, I want the 3. All right, so that is, it's a little offset, obviously. And actually, we could probably do that one over again. All right, we're gonna have to bring that one out a little bit. Why does it not look the same? Do you know what I mean? All right, reference is going to get a little wacky here, I think. Son of a biscuit. Yep. Yeah, because, what you're visually seeing here, what is reality, is a little bit different. So that would have to come back a little bit. forward a little bit, rather. Excuse me. Wait. Shoot. Which one was folded? Damn it. I think back. I think I can go back. All right. We'll find out in a minute. Now, there are better ways to do what I'm doing right now. I could put a floor panel in, have some sort of reference that's a little easier to see. But since I'm trying to, you know, build off of this, I sort of have to deal with what I have, right? This looks a little bit more like it was over there. Ah. Oh, look at that little center point right there. Isn't that nice? But see, depending on the distance of your camera, can't let that live like that. You know, and I could do the, you know, the set up a block and blah, blah, blah. But it's not going to have, it's not going to drop in the same spot. Getting that same view and etc., etc. All right, that's going in towards that, so I need to come out this way. Right. See, and that's what I mean, like the reference is so different. That's going in. I need to come towards me. Counterintuitive here, but and I've got that stupid freaking menu in my face. I cannot stand that. It is in such the worst place possible for building. So yeah, let's put it right over what you're trying to see. You know, what are you thinking? Son of a biscuit. It's like you finally get lined up, you know, and then you gotta deal with all this other crap. Yeah, no, Levity, I have a method for this. I'm just trying to rush it. So I don't, you know, not in the mood to build a bunch of scaffold and deal with what I do normally. I just would like to see what it looks like at some point. Horkenheimer. Alright, you know what? If I have to, I'll have to try to find a different reference and then redo the other one. Come on. Because with manual placement comes these sort of frickin' problems. Fine. Fine, fine, fine. You want to play like that? I'll play like that. Actually, shoot. See what happens if we reload our autosave. I normally have a method on how I do it scaled parts to be lined up more accurately, but I'm trying something a little bit different here with this manual placement BS, and because I want to achieve a certain look. You know what? Let's go all the way up to the end. I need to just find a reference point that I want to work with. Is basically what I want to is what I'm trying to do here. Here we go. This might make my life a little easier. But you can see where the twist is, you know. Getting these to line up is never an easy task. But if I can find a consistent reference, then we should be a little bit better. Problem is finding that consistent reference. Like, there we go. Bring it right to there, but I like that. Yeah, the light in the game drives me crazy. It does not work right. Son of a... Like, sometimes, you know, if you want to get something to look a little bit different and be a little more creative, you will pay the sacrifice. Of your sanity. Yep, I know. Not a lot of fun to freaking watch this. But you also all know the reason why I show all this crap, because if you want to do anything that's a little bit crazy, you will deal with this sort of crap. Granted, you don't have to be as picky as I can get, that's for sure. And there is a point where I'm like, all right, see, that's way off. What the hell happened there? Well, that's kind of cool. A little bit closer. But, no. Damn, this gets frustrating at times. It's just the timing is it's not consistent anymore. I hear him freaking fighting with this stupid thing all the time. Come on. Fucking such a pain in the ass. And just trying to get the proper camera angle can be sort of nightmarish. Come on, this is really starting to freaking gurgle my burgle. Gurgling my fergling. Jim Man Beard, what's going on? Alright, now I'm starting to get pissed. Where's my frickin' wire? the problem with scaled parts, you know? Since they don't snap to anything, you have to go through all this frickin' BS to make it work for you. Pause outie, what's going on? Welcome. About flipping time. And it didn't even do it. Son of a... This is really starting to piss me off. It really is. Like, come on. Enough is enough already with this, you know? Can we just have it work the way it's supposed to on a regular basis? Thank you. At this point, I'm almost going to be like, I don't care where it is unless it's way off, which it is. And this is what I'm talking about, the reference. So we got to figure out a different method for reference because we keep ending up in the same freaking spots. And we don't need that. That's not good. That will drive even the most sane person insane here. Because it's, you know, it looks like you are, but you're not, you know, and all of it, a lot of it is due to camera angle. So, you know, getting this sort of thing proper. And even if you have a setup, because you're manually placing, because of the way that things phase into each part, there's going to be issues. You know, trying to get this to line up the way it should. Or look like it should, rather. And am I centered? What am I centering off of? You know, like how do we know what? All right, so if I use that line, okay, we'll use that where it's just showing. All right. And we'll pretend that it's all going to line up the same, which it will not. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It could be there's also a little crack in that, so it might not be. That again, this is the issue with, you know, using scaled parts. 2, 3. Because we can't snap. But if I can line it up, you know, and find a good reference, like that looks okay. And then, yeah, see how that jumps there and flips? So if we kind of take this and do what we just did with that one, where the line was just showing, if we see the 4 dashes in the curved part there, you know, those are kind of phasing in similar. It lines up. Does it really, though? And it's twisted. See how this is twisted out? It looks like it is, but it's not lining up. That's the point there. All right, you know what? We're going to come back. I got to get my other coffee. We're going to take a little breather. We are at the 1.5 hour mark, so we are at our break point here. So I'm gonna hit the old laboratory, grab my other coffee, warm that up, take a couple of minutes here, and then we'll come back and we'll try to figure out this problem, or we'll get frustrated and move on to something else. We'll see what happens. But no matter what, we'll be back in a few minutes. For those of you who can't stick around and wait a couple of minutes and you got other stuff today to do, thank you for stopping in and joining for a little bit. I do appreciate it. And then don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, the notification bell, and all that jive. Let you know when I'm on again, which will be tomorrow morning and Tuesday morning. But for those of you sticking around, get up, stretch out, peel the peepers away from the screen for a little bit. Go do a bio break, get a snacky treat, get your tasty beverage, and we'll see you in a few minutes. All right. Be right back, as they say.
Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. It's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow.
Alrighty, we're back. We're back. Although that's kind of not looking. What's that bright spot that I'm looking at? Alrighty. Oh, there we go. Pop that back on. Alright, we got a fresh coffee. Let's see if that helps any. Oh, dashboard devil had to go. Take care, dashboard. I might try and get a little more comfortable here. Hold on. Let me see if I can. That'll help. Nothing's going to help. It's going to do what it's going to do. It's No Man's Sky. We know this, but if I kick up my feet. Let's try that. I can only do that for a little while, though. All right, let's get that. And that. All right, no, you know what? Oops. What's my autosave? 136. I want to see what this brings out. I would like to keep that one that was there because I like where the floor panels ended up. I should have saved that like a moron. I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. Okay. All right. Oh, well, I still have the floor panel there, so. Because it fits, like, really nicely here. And I can use that for something, I'm sure. All right, so. What is my other choice? What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? Oh, Grammy, I'm still, well, tomorrow I go see my surgeon, and we'll see what she says. Hopefully it'll be, you know, nothing, I don't think it's anything to truly worry about, but the discomfort is definitely still being there. But thank you for saying something. I do appreciate it. Alright, so, where is my save? Okay, hold on. Where's my restore point? Does it really matter at this point? No. And I'm debating now on doing the bigger one, because now I'm doing it the other way. But I liked how I had it before, which is kind of a... Alright, so, yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, we didn't do anything. We're right at the same spot we basically were at before. So it doesn't really matter. Okay, excellent. So the other thing we need to do is... There's so much to do. That's the problem. you know, we need to fill in this space, right? I got to go from here over to here. We don't want just this dirt. So I'm trying to figure out, what do we put here? You know, how do we fill in this gap? With what? What are we going to use? But I also need to remember part count, because this building type, and I want to do some more of this for continuity. Excuse me, and I actually, somebody gave me an idea on adding something that I'm going to try too. All right, that doesn't look right. Why are you not right? Well, I guess you are. Ooh. All right, you know what, let's try the large version, and we can maybe go from there. The only thing is, I know this, I can get a floor panel to attach. These, you can't. Once you get past the ×4, there ain't no more. And then I gotta kind of figure out roughly where the middle of this is. All right, so let's do that first. All right, so let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. That's our middle, right? 1, 2, 3, out of 7. 2, 3, there. Okay, how do I? Let's mark that so I know, and I don't have to count every single freaking time. But we don't want to use a sticker, because if we do, then that'll create a gigantic collision bubble. But let's just do that. All right. Now let's try this another time. Let's try this one. See what we get for scale. And now we got to figure out. No, I can't pause because this is a glitched in color. So if I change it to whatever the normal freighter color is, I will not be able to get it back. All right, so now I got to figure out where to put this. Let's see what happens. Yeah, of course. There's always something, right? AFS. Always freaking something. Ooh, and that's twisted all over nowhere. All right, but that's a good size. All right, let's mess with that. All right, now we need to get in. I know what to do, I think. We're going to have to dig a little bit, but that's okay. Oh, shoot. Did I lose my... I lost my frickin'... Oh, man. I lost my frickin'... And I'm already past that autosave. This is the kind of stuff I don't like about this autosave. I lost my floor panel. I mean, I can add something and make it work. It's not a big deal. It's just, it was perfectly placed, and now it's gone. All right, son of a bitch. Pardon my language. That just sucks. I hate that kind of stuff, man. Like, yeah, I know you just had like exactly what you needed and wanted, and yeah, we just auto-saved right over that. No problem. Don't worry about it. Like, autosave saves me 1 out of 100 times, maybe. You know, can I do this and drop it down? Yes. You know, that's still going to work, and it's, you know, perfectly lined up. I could, just do this. Drop it down wherever, and I could micro adjust, to get it exactly where I want. But, then you just take your floor panel, full size. It gets a little tricky because of whatnot, but and obviously you got to do a little finagling. But once you finagled, you have that, which is a nice sort of even, it's a little offset, but nothing you can't work with. And actually, it's not really offset because this is a little bit different inside, so. It's not centered here. You would have to work, and if you notice though, that's not really centered, right? There's not a center point here. Otherwise we could, start from this and move over. But for, just building purpose and having a consistent look, it works. We could probably even, well, let's find out. Okay. But see, because we're using that instead of this, what we do is take these out. Grab that. But see, now we're going to see something here. Now it's a half, right? So we'd shift it over, we'd have a floor panel, but at the same time, you got to start that differently. In order to center it. So yeah, all the little bits and pieces with this game. All right, let's get back to trying to get this looking like something else instead of a pile of dirt. Although, again, we now have terrain edits. We could go back to my original plan, but, and then cut out a big chunk here, and hopefully that would stay. That would be the goal anyway, right? Because I kind of wanted to be able to come down to this lower level here and, get underneath some of this and, come down. And then we have this other drop, that we could have done. And then, you kind of come back up again. And I want to end right about here for the 3,000 if I can. And then I'll probably end up having to overbuild though. All right, let's get back to work. work. All right. Find our center again. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What if? Trying to think, because I had that bit of wall showing and it looked cool. It was like one of the most minute details that nobody would even pick up on unless you were watching or me. Uh, and I really liked it. Now I'm like, well, wait a minute, what if I started up there? But it won't be because it's the other way, so I would have to do this. I'd have to do it down here where I was before. But now I'm thinking, what if I start the wall up here with the light? Or what if I do Yara was talking about? Do that. All right, why are we sticking to tradition here? Let's just freaking. We got these new parts. Let's see what we can do with it. All right. We're gonna be. Try it a different way. Try. Right back to where we started. Is that what is that what it is? We're now doing this. Either that, or if I use the extremely scaled up one, then I might be able to just use one. Oh, damn it, I had it the wrong way. So I gotta go the other way, I guess is backwards. Oops. You know what? We're here. Let's do it. Let's try it. I don't know if it's gonna work. I don't care if it works at this point. Fucking Nazi. See, what I need to do is I need to do the tether. That's how it gets accurate, you know what I mean? Alright, I thought we already established that the other way was... Okay, apparently not. I thought we just tried that. Apparently not. Yeah, see, that's the terrain getting in the way. And I kind of think I need to be in that spot, so with that here. And now I can't tell if I'm truly lined up either. Like, we have to take the game's word for it here that it is flush. Hey, Levitt, thank you so much for that 55 euro donation. So much appreciated. Thank you. But you know what to do, folks. Don't even make me say it, but I'm going to have to anyway. 07. 07 Levity. Yeah. And no. So herein lies a problem. Every time this loads in, it's going to load in wacky. All right. Like the color will not be what we left it. Do like that. But that works there. Hey, ER, what is going on? All right. That does work to an extent. And we do have terrain edits back. So, although now I want to try a different piece. Will it let me? Is it gonna... Aha, it does. But notice something. Notice what we do not have the option of in these wall choices is the alternate wall, which is kind of the whole point, wouldn't it be? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we're missing an option or two. Yeah, but I can't swap to the you know, um, the other alternates. Do you know what I mean? You know, like that one, for example. Has to be a third tier. Oh, okay, okay, okay. How did I get this? This doesn't show up here, does it? Or does it change per when you're... No, because it's only one choice. Huh? Where did these come from? All right, that is... What part is that? That's this one, right? Okay. That's this one. Is that... Where are those vents coming from? Huh? Like, I don't see anything sticking out of here except for, I guess, this. That's a base level salvage window. Okay. I thought we had chosen the... base mid. All right, top. Okay. I got it. Base, mid, top. Okay, so if I do a base, I can then alter it. Okay. All right, I got it. All right, I think I see what you mean. All right, let's move on. All right, let's try a little bit of terrain edit now that we've gotten some of them back. Oh no! Oh no! I mean, I can fix that, but I'd rather not. Okay. All right, so I need to pick the base window of that particular thing. All right, so if I want this, I have to start with this. Correct? Oh. Need to be. I couldn't get things to snap to the largest scale thing there. I can on an average one, I can snap, a floor panel and whatnot, but I can't seem to get other, unless I'm not thinking, which is entirely possible. All right, so here, do I have to start with the regular one, like not choose like the base? Or once I open it, I hit the base. Yeah, this is like the giant one. The regular one that I can do without the base computer thing is choose the third tier. Top. So I'm using the top, right? The third tier would be base, mid, and top, correct? Tippy top. Yeah, this one. Yes. Ah, there it is. Okay. Got it. Got it. Thank you. I thought I had that, which is weird. Okay. All right. Whatever. Funkiness is what it is. But thank you for clarifying and, going, this is what you're looking for. And now I know. Yeah, I like the vents. I want to do that. Let's do this one instead. I think this one will be better. Problem with this is I can't see diddly. And whether or not I am lined up appropriately. Like, is it? Yeah, okay, see. I don't know. Can't tell. So this is all taking a chance. And hoping for the best. And of course, having to miss the glitch, which is oh so great. Alright, we're just gonna go crazy here. Come on. Okay. There's our vents. We're up a little higher. I like that. The unfortunateness of also having to change the color back when you show up because it's scaled. That's kind of a drag. I don't like that. I wish they could do something about that. But for now, where's that other one? Is there one with a roundish? There's a cylindrical one. There's that one. This one. There we go. See, even that's a different height. It is twisted, don't get me wrong, but it's a different height. Alright, I'm gonna have to go back to my old technique, I think. And I'm gonna reload, just to be on the safe side. Alright, let's get back to what we're doing here. And nothing will snap to this. Or will this? Oh yeah, there we go. We got this to snap, so that's good. Alright, so let's do that. Boom, boom. And then, you know what? That might be the way to... Alright, let's do that. And we'll bring a half wall so that way we don't gotta do too much. Let's do this one. Do that one. What did I do to... I didn't, yeah, I did that size. Yep, yep. Okay. Do this. Get rid of that if we need to. Not over far enough. Damn it. Please, no, don't. No. I don't know if it took anything on the other side, though. Didn't have anything there yet. And that's okay. Ah. Ah, come on. Come on. Like I should complain. I remember the days where build camera? What's a build camera? Another biscuit. When scaffolding was actually scaffolding. And you needed it to build around your build. You wanted to build anywhere, underneath, above. That's almost as good as it gets right there, my friends. That's not too shabby. Not great, but it's not too shabby. But that gives us a little bit of light. And actually, we'll probably turn that into a sign. Which we could, we'll figure that out after. But, yeah. We definitely need some light, that's for sure. It is super dark. Okay, so now... I should be able to get away with a little bit of terrain in it. And I kind of want to have that here because this is our tightest junction. We finally start to widen out as we come out here. So, this is where I'm going to have to spend that, I think, if I want to do a few. Like, I'd like to utilize this area here, I'd like to be able to come down and utilize some of this and, and then I'll, come up into here somewhere, try not to chunk out too much here. And then I kind of want to wrap this a little bit here. I want to get rid of this floating potato. All right, so just so we can see, I'm going to drop some temporaries in. A little too high on that one. Yes, it is. Oh, different. That was a different spot altogether, wasn't it? Where did I settle in on that? Right about there. Why? You know what? Yeah, whatever. Temporary. Got light. We needed that. Okay. need to get some from here to there, and maybe down here. So let's try some terrain edits. I know we're asking for trouble, but now that we actually have some, oh, yeah, we need to, where are all the terrain edits from? Like, we're about to use up the last of ours. Where are all those going? We just checked all our bases and we had, oh, excuse me. We had it, like, what's going on? Like, there was nothing really eating from that. I'm gonna have to get underground on some of those at some point. All right. Guess we could do. All right, let's bring this out. I'd like to come down one though. All right, I'll deal with it. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. One thing at a time, one thing at a time. And I think these take up more room than a floor panel, so this is probably a better, you know, kind of better fill for floors. A fill for floors? Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. So, much as I like the new floor panels, and see, if I go to do this one, it's going to turn into a base computer on me. So it's just better to clear out the cache. I don't know if that's at the same height. I think. Perhaps it is. Yeah, I got to think about that too, huh? How to get to each level. That might be something to consider. We could easily hide that, but then those stairs are kind of pointless. I don't like that. That might work. The problem is, like, these stairs are not very friendly. Stairs in the game generally aren't friendly anyway. I gotta figure out. Alright, there. Oops. Getting out of the way. But that just gets us to this level. Alright. Hey, oh, Sound Doctor, what's going on? Alright, I always forget the stairs. Stairs are such a pain. And then I usually turn that into a wall so that we know what direction we're going in. And then we make an attempt. See where we are. I can't remember now to do the darn stairs. Alright. Alright, so that's not it. Figuring this out is always such a wonderful chore. Okay, so that's not right. We gotta come out one. Down. There we go. That connected. So it's, all right, from the edge of that, it was 1, 2, 3. So total, yeah, from the edge, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Okay. 3 out, 1, 2, 3 down. Got it. 3 out, 3 down. 3 out, 3 down. So where does that leave this? This all should be working off of one another, correct? One. So if I swivel that, will that connect to over here? No. Oh, let's see what happens. That would be cool. I don't know if it's going to do it. And it would have to open up, which I wouldn't be able to do. I'd have to make some sort of alteration to get over that because of the stupid bar. But that does line up to this, does it not? It does indeed. Okay. So let's work with what we have. And what exactly is it? I don't know really anything, but we'll figure it out. Can I put a platform here so that you walk across and then up and over and then we cover that and make it look like something? Sure. All right, let's. I don't know if this is going to work at all, but we're going to try it because why not? This is a game telling me it's not going to work. Okay, so we got that issue, but yes. Okay, so then I wish I knew that little trick. That would save us a whole lot of work. A gaudy? Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna be gaudy. I hope not. The whole point is to make it look nice, you know? And hey, you never know what I might discover along the way, right? Because that's going to open up that. So if I move that, do that, we're going to open that. Oh, no, I do not, but I now will have to look that up. This will work. I'll make it work. Damn it. We just gotta pitify it. Add some beautification. A little frosting, you know? Cover some of the dents in the cake. That's half the fun sometimes. Like, all right, I like this, but, you know, let's hide this and do that or whatever. I will have to check that out. Okay, I know what I can do here. Yep. Okay. We're good. Yep. No problems. I know where Barcelona is. Barcelona. I may not be very worldly traveled, but doesn't mean I don't look that stuff up because I want to go to these places and get off this continent for a minute. All right. Should we probably save? Or not a bad idea, huh? I haven't been anywhere. I don't have the money to travel, unfortunately. That goes all to, what, bills? What do they call those things? Bills? Okay, now, what if I... What if I do what? I would love to go. Love to go anywhere. Anywhere but here, my friend. Good, I'm seeing it. All right. Now, again, it's going to be a question of how do I beautify this, right? What do I do to kind of distract the eye from the obvious flaws here, or inconsistencies, or whatever you want to call it? And I'd have to bring that all the way into about there, and then we'd have to switch these stairs over, so we may not do that. What I might do is that kind of double stair thing. Or we might cover this with something else. That's a good question. Because I don't think you can double set of stairs, can you? You have to have some sort of platform in between. So, yes, I could potentially, drop drop this, move one over, cut one of these out, move it over, have a platform in the middle, which would probably be the smarter thing and cleaner. But now I'm sort of like, how can we make this look interesting? What can we do? Because this is at a completely different level. We can also add another set of building, like some freighter rooms, or I could start adding floor and, transition over. But this isn't going to line up to anything. Or we just leave it as the stairs, and then I somehow blend this portion in, or, we do like a set of columns here. And then we need to see where the floor is going to end, which is actually pretty decent. Could do something about there, maybe. Get rid of this set of stairs, I suppose. This is where I need to figure out how to connect this in. All right, so if we keep these stairs, what we can do is, let's get this going. Thinking if I do it from here and widen that, I kind of want to use this shape if possible. All right, you know what? Shut up. start doing something. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, oh bloody well, you get rid of it. Come on. Did I finally get it? Alright, jeez Louise. Then put some signage on it. Yep, this is where it can get a little bit testy. What did I do last time to make this work for me? That. There we go. The only problem is you end up being locked out. So you do have that to consider. Um, And the question now is, though, is that going to be facing the right way? That. Is that actually? No, it's not. I was gonna say, wait a minute. That's not working. Why not? Yep. All right, we gotta go out one more. I don't think this is spaced evenly. Yeah, no, there's a fold over here. So I'm gonna have to do each one of these individually, but gives us some separation way down this area. Okay. Hey, progress. Of some kind. Yep. Get that bit in there. We'll keep pushing that way for now. This is now growing on me a bit. I may alter something, but I think we can, throw in some signage and distractions. I kind of like it. This is what I mean by, working with our mistakes. We can try to figure out a way to make this kind of, look like it was supposed to be there, yet even though we flubbed it and, we're now on, that sort of. And try to make it like it was supposed to be that way. Yeah, we planned that. Sure. Alright, we'll do the same thing here, and we'll put that block in there. Happy little accidents, you got it. Right, so we gotta flip all this around. There's probably an easier way to do all this, but honestly, right now, I don't care. This just works. I guess it didn't take that much effort. All right, cool. That works for me. And then you can start messing with design and placement. You know, and part type and all that other wahooey. At your, you know what I mean. You know where I'm going with this. Stuff and building and different things. And do I like this? Do I like that? Thank you, ER. Alright, I think we're okay with that. We'll add, we'll put these pillars in other areas again for, what's that word? Continuity? For stuff so it looks the same. But I think that doesn't look too shabby. And then The other thing we could do too is instead of doing this, right, we could, although I like the kind of the wider bit, but we could essentially, you know, just carry this up to here, but I think the wider bit might be the way to go. Yeah. Yeah, but now we got to transition this bit. This is my, this is what I'm trying to figure out next. How do I make that look? All right, so that doesn't look horrible. And actually, we can get rid of, no. I want to make sure I have that in there. All right, and I think we can get rid of these now. And temporarily you. Okay. Yeah. Too bulky. All right, predicament. We're getting there, but not quite. Do we need to move that out a little bit? The top, you know, like bring that out like a quarter. This here. So maybe here. No, okay. Hmm. I don't know, but we'll come up with something. We'll figure it out. I mean, it's not horrible, not great, not, not bad. Well, it just feels like this is what's, I guess this is what's bothering me here, but at the same time, it's not, it's not the end of the world kind of deal. What if oh, wait a minute. I got an idea. No, because then that gets way too bulky. Never mind. All right. I thought I had an idea. But, all right. I do have an idea. We're going to try it in a minute. But I've been sitting here for quite a bit, and I'm starting to get a little sore in the backside here. So we're going to take another breather. We will come back and do some more. Try to figure out what the heck we're going to do with this here. I mean, we're getting there. We're, slowly but surely, we're kind of, don't call me Shirley. We're getting somewhere. The problem being is this transition is bothering me. I don't know what to do with it yet. So once I figure out that, I'll be a little happier. But right now, I like most of it, but there's something we need to do to fix the remainder of it. So, all right. White parts black. I can change the color and make it look better, yes. So yeah, all right, we're going to take another little breather. Get up, peel the peepers away from the screen, grab a snacky treat, grab a munchie, a beverage, do a bio break, and I will be back in a few minutes. All right, y'all. Thank you. I need to warm up my coffee and just get off my butt for a minute. All right. And, BRB, or how about just be right back? It takes just as much effort to say. Those monosyllabic words, I will be back momentarily. And hope you're still here. If not, enjoy the rest of your day.
Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip, haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a...
All right. I was going to do something, right? I was indeed. Was indeed. What was I going to do? But yes, we do need to change the color of these, I do agree. Let's see what we get with the standard colors. Oop. 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 And, you know, we'll go and paint later. Oop. And, oop. Oh, hey. I already did that, okay. Oop. And we're good. And then we take this out of here for now. Ooh, pardon me. And we do that. And that. And that. That. And we do that. Let's just do this. Why not that? Oh, and I gotta flip it too. Ah, fine. And that. Do it one more time. Baby, you one more time. Oop. And that. Then we take this. No, let's not do that. Let's take this. Book. So we can tell. Book. What do we do? This. And that, and this. And this, and that, and that. This. Like so. Change that. Else. Put you here because you'll stay, and we'll add you because we're gonna need you. And we're gonna add you because we're gonna need you too. All right. Boop, 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 boop. You go there. You go over here. And then now you have to go underneath here. Along with you as well. And we gotta flip you around. Take you off of there, because now we don't need you in that direction. And flip you. Get that. Then we'll keep you around just for hardy har-hars. And then we take you upside down a couple. And we take, I don't know, you maybe? Maybe you. I don't know yet. Try you first. And you won't snap anywhere because you hate me. But if we just do this, let's say we'll put it here. Where are you going up there? Why are you being a pain? Thank you. And we do that to this, to that, to this. And we go, no, that looks horrible. Nay. Nay, 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 nay. Okay. That's why we try. I shouldn't have done. No. Alright, so no on that, but what if we flip that around? Actually doing that now. So no. Sarah, welcome. How you doing today? Bump. All right, that didn't work. Okay. Well, that's okay. We figure out something that does. Or we move on. which is probably what we're going to end up doing. We'll probably start working down at this end here and fill in this gap. But we are getting somewhere, which is a bonus. We're moving. Might be slow, like a glacier, but we're moving. Not enough. But, you know, we could do. Hold on. Maybe if we take a floor. No, because I was going to go out the other way. Never mind. All right. It's going to bump into that. We could, you know, line up a couple of them. I'm just trying to figure out how we can get some, a little bit of smokiness coming out of there. What about that, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where is it? Where's the, there you are. Right next to it. Alright, how much do you make? Okay, that comes out of the top. Of course, it's got to come out in a weird way. No color change. Today's project is trying to not screw up. top to what? That's the top. Yep. Okay, that changes everything, doesn't it? Gives us a whole different look. That's not necessarily good. It's interesting. Oh, we got that problem there. Okay. Could live with that. Maybe do a billboard there. We'd have to do some finagling, but yeah. Do something underneath. Not that. Yeah, there is glitch building in freighters. It is the word I'm looking for. Tricky? uh oh, that's why. That's why that wasn't working for me. But yes, there is some glitch building in and I would need a wall, yes. Okay. Alright, we'll deal with that later. Okay. I'm gonna leave that there just because it's an idea. And why not? I haven't done freighter building in a little bit, so I'm a little rusty. And I don't even know if I have a freighter still going in any one of my saves. Let's check. I could use a little break from this for a minute. Get my mind off of this. Maybe if I do have something, I can come up with an idea. Yeah, there it's probably a little bit better if you get some practice on terrain first. But hey, if you're gonna do it, go big or go home, as they say, right? All right, let's save. I just want to check, see if I have any, if I have a freighter. I'm trying to remember if I do or I don't. I don't think I have one on this save, but we'll take a look. Nope. Okay. Yeah, we're starting to get somewhere here. All right with most of this. You know, again, this is just, you know, we're just getting started. We got to build up some momentum. We got to, you know, blah, blah, blah. But we're getting somewhere. I'm liking most of this. I think we can kind of work with what we have anyway. This is kind of driving me nuts, but at the same time, I think I can fix it. We'll see. Just there's something about it just kind of making me go, I like it, but I don't, but it works, and I want to make it, you know, I want to keep it. It just, there's something about it, and I now need to make this work. Even if it doesn't make sense. It just needs to look right. All right, let me, did we save? We saved, right? Yeah, whatever. All right, I think we're good. Just, you know, it's always better to check. All right, let's get out of here for a second. Check, I know I don't have anything in the city build. Modded city, early game, gas giant, crazy train, space anomaly, that's normal. Well, let's see. I should have checked the times. I think I've deleted most of my stuff. You know, you know, we had it, we saw it. Move on. Although, I gotta be honest, there's one base I wish I still had two I wish I still had going, but maybe 3. But 1 particularly. Alright, let's check. Yeah, my ship was never that color. I would never take a ship that color. Ever. The coloring in the game, there's something wrong with it. I am convinced there's some lighting, color, texture issues going on. Alright, anything? You got a freighter? I have no bases. Okay. Well, that tells me enough right there. Yes. Alright, let's see here. Load. 11 minutes. Yeah, 7 minutes. No. 5 minutes. No. 8 minutes. No. City modded singularity. Yeah, no. I don't have any. On my PlayStation, I might actually. So I should probably do a cross save on that. But yeah. I currently do not have a freighter. We'll check it. Why not? Birdie. Wow. Forgot about this one. Bukagawar. Gwar. I probably haven't done anything on this. With this, it would be the cash pin glitch is where you're going to get, you know, that sort of thing going. No, it's all right. I need to kind of know as well, to be honest. Yeah, I don't. This is just, yeah, okay. But yeah, in this you would probably do more of the cash pin glitch, where, you know, I haven't even opened up anything here apparently. So, wow, that would be a nightmare, wouldn't it? And then, I'm trying to think what else, because you do have light floors and things, so you can, you know, do a cash pin by setting up light floors, light boxes, things like that. So what you would do is and you could also do you know, go through and do cubes, and it would just be trying to replace parts with different parts, if that makes sense. So all right, well, let's do it. Let's try in here. So we go into our catalog and guide, building parts, and now you'd go into your basic modules, which I don't have any of this yet, so we'll just use whatever's available to us. You know, say you want a floor, right? Or say, let's use some cubes here, cuboid. You could take, because now you can copy these, right? So you cache that, grab one of these, and do a, you know, try and do a cache pin glitch. Am I in creative or? Oh, we'll find out if I start dying, right? Why is it giving me a red on the... Oh, because I'm limited to one per base. That's why. Okay. But even that, so it should be greened, unfortunately, on that. You do have to green. So we could do a, you know, galactic trade room here. Go back to our cache. And now you have that. The downside is, you know, snapping one of those to that. So what you would have to do there, you're better off, actually, I'm sorry, you're better off doing like a light floor at that point, because then you could sort of move those over. I think the light floors are easier to deal with at that, with this, and the light cubes are. and then you can kind of finagle with these bits here. And that's what you're going to use is, whatever you can kind of cash off of, right? So go into your there, go into our basic mods. And then it's just a question of, figuring out where, the spacing for all of this. And it's odd because it will stick to this, right? So, okay. And then, unfortunately, at that point, you then have to now you have this, now these, because, and this is what drives me nuts about the freighter parts underneath, when you bring those into terrain. But now these will stick here, right? So now you have the ability to, start adding floors, and then what you can do, here. Anything that you can get to snap for you would be beneficial. But you could replace any of these light floors with a light cube. You could, bring that light cube in. Unfortunately, as you stated, there is no wire, so you can't really wire anything, which is sort of a bummer. It's like, well, then why give us light floors if you can't wire them? Why give us light cubes if you can't power them, right? So that never really made sense to me. And then you can do a little bit of trickery with rotation on these things, and but yeah, for some reason, you have no ability to wire. Now you can bring out this part, which is, and you can build that. But again, I'm not, as fluent with freighter building as I used to be. But the cache pin glitch is essentially what you're going to be working with. And unfortunately, it'd be cool if you could just, like, snap. Once you have one of these parts laid out. Make that easier. Right, but if you want to, play, you know what I mean? You know where I'm going. Oh. See, it'd just be nice if you could get that to happen, but you can't. And depending on where you are in the freighter too, you lose power. I mean, I used to have a way to do all this crazy stuff, and I'm trying to remember now how I did it. I think it had to do with the light cubes. Exactly. Yeah, the cubes I think are your go-to part for swapping and adding stuff, if I remember correctly. But I had like a crazy freighter build recently, and but see, the only downside with these is you got to turn them the proper way in order to move them around. And these won't stack the way I want them to, so. And that, again, it's finding that directionality. It can tend to be a little tedious, and again, I'm kind of spacing on some of my old techniques on how to move this stuff around, because I don't do it very often, so. But, cash pin is probably the way to go for most of this. And I guess we'll have to get into another freighter build at some point so I can remember how to do all that stuff. And it looks like I gotta open up a bunch of parts. But you can use, any of your items, but it's the snapping part that becomes sort of a, the thing. This actually might turn out to be a better part for that. Especially now that it all doesn't disappear. I wonder if this might be a better part to start working with it as well, because we get that kind of halfway point going with it. But yeah, just think cash pin and, any sort of universal adjacency sort of thing. And that should get you started anyway. And I guess I'm going to have to, because I had a cool freighter at one point. And I'm trying to remember how I did half of it. Was it with the cube and the block? I wonder if it was with the cube and the block, my normal crud. It might have been. Can you use the cube and the block? Do those exist in the freighter? Can you actually use those in a freighter? Because that would make a lot more sense. I think yes. I think that's what I was using. My usual CPR crud. Right? No, you're not giving those. Of course, I don't have a teleportation room open, right? Nothing. Nothing. gotta think about this. Yeah, basically, it's all as usual, just creating your own snap point somehow. Taking what you have for parts and, replacing one with another to give you a snap point. And at least, the light floors snap onto the regular floors. That is definitely a bonus. But yeah, there's definitely some videos. Beeble probably has some on how to do some freighter glitching. But it's light floors, light cubes, and things like that that are going to be your main parts, if I remember correctly. All right, why did I grab this? No particular reason why I built that. Why did I build that? We don't need that. We don't need that. There's no use for that. Nope. All right, where are you? You should be here somewhere. Right there. That's exactly what I wanted. Excellent. Oh, yeah. And just to kind of go back to Zara there, yeah, I will always stop what I'm doing to help. I don't mind. I'm usually in need of a break from whatever the heck it is I'm working on anyway. So, um, never be afraid to ask a question or anything of that nature. Always willing to do what I can to help. wish that you could just like go, you know what? I want to change that to the other corridor. But nay. Alright, let's keep that there. Let's get rid of no, we need that, don't we? Yeah, we do for right now. We're gonna put a window in there. Let's throw some windows in here, shall we? And what do we need here? What do we need? What do we need? What do we need? Let's see where this will go. It's funny how that does not want to connect to that there. Okay. And we should probably turn that around as well. Oops, that's not where I wanted it. Darn it. There we go. That's more like it. Sorry, builder's hush. My apologies. Hey, double tap tap. Welcome, welcome. Okay. That's not what I want to do. How do I get this to do what I want to do? That needs to come up here. We need to scoot that in just a little bit. I don't like I can't turn that. That really bothers me. I can't turn this. All right, we could do this. Too high. That's about right. And it doesn't even take. I mean, it does. It's such a weird part. It really is such a bizarre part. Like the snapping is very weird on this thing. All right. so we got to use floor panels or what about you? You're going to put it in a weird spot, aren't you? So I'd have to go halfway on that. All right, what if we do... Because you can do walls. All right, if I do that, and then I add this piece in. See, that's what I mean by it's a really bizarre piece. It doesn't, it doesn't quite follow the norm here. All right, let's be weird. I'm probably going to make this work, but no, that won't because it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be there. Damn it. Interesting. Oh, and I lost my window. Damn it. Should probably have those both facing the same way, but maybe rotate it. We'll deal with that afterwards. All right, that's just an idea anyway. Okay, so we got that. So we could potentially do something on top of that. We gotta figure out to do that, so no. That can't work. That. Giving me an issue there. I thought that was at least a halfway, but it. Is it? See, it looks like a halfway point. I don't know if it is, though. Yeah, okay. Maybe. Yeah, okay. What I thought. Oh, now, again, this ends up being a part eater, but you can alter, you know, uh, you can alter the look of your freighter room if you wanted to. And now we could just, well, unfortunately, first we need to do that. Because this is a different level, you know, we could bring some of this across here or, you know, hide that little, you know, that transition there. Keone, welcome. sort of kind of keeping that look. Oh, okay. That would have to. Because I got 3 over there, 2 over here. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, I could even drop that. Duh. But we could drop it down 1 more and we'd be okay. Do that, don't do you? So I would just do that. Wait, yeah. Duh. Such an idiot. There we go. Hey. Excuse. Oh, does that deck? Oh, because I didn't. Okay. Yep. Hey. And if we want to go real crazy, we could. Hey. But that should lower us down. And allow us to cover that last bit. There. Like so. Or at least bring it down a little further than we had it. So now that should be a little closer to here. It's not going to be a match, but it does break it up a little bit. Gives us back into kind of matching the other parts. And we'll throw in some different, texture here. But kind of nice to sort of, bring that up in here. Separate it here. We'll probably maybe even bring this texture over to this side. We could hand place something here and, change that way as well. Wish we had a half version of this. That would be nice. No, because I want a different, a different look to come into, just something so you can enter into a building. Like this here is a pure-on facade. My next one will be like one of the other ones that, in my city R&D, where I'll use that, that central antenna tower, but I'll build off of it with rooms that you can enter. It's just more for, getting a different little vibe going, that's all. Nothing I do ever has a reason or purpose. You will learn that eventually. But yeah, pretty much everything I do has absolutely no rhyme or reason. It really, it's always a crapshoot, man. Seriously. I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? Let's try that. Yeah, that didn't work. Okay. Let's do this. Let's give that a shot. Let's try this. Oh no, I know, homie. I'm just going, yeah, I never really have a reason to do anything I'm doing. it honestly boils down to half the time of just, hey, that looks interesting. We'll leave that. And this is where I always tend to typically regret. Because I'm like, yeah, I know that's a lot of parts for that one particular, whatever we're doing here, but sometimes it is worth the effort. Not always. Or the part count, if you will. It's not always, unfortunately, but it does. I generally don't. It's really kind of a random. Yeah. Should we care? Should we not? Excuse me. Yeah, why not? What the heck? Sure. Alright, we're going to try and keep one of these at bay so that we know we can bring something in if we need to. It is backed up here as well, but... Wait a minute, I'm nowhere near that one. What the heck was that? You need to get that down. I wish this had a, you know what I mean? That needs to move. We need to move that over to here. All right, we'll move that. This. Get down. There. It's a part eater. Oh my goodness, is it already that time? We've been on for 5 hours already? Jeez Louisa. think this needs to go to the... I don't want it to. I think we need to turn these into the wider platform. I don't want to, though, because I like the, you know, the offset here. I like the offsetness. Fabled Pilgrim, what's going on? You're catching me right near the end, my friend. My apologies for that, but I've been on for 5 hours. And it's starting to get a little bit on the late side of things for me. Yeah, you know, start rolling a little bit. Yeah. Next thing you know, old Judd's a millionaire. I'm going to have to do that for every one of them, aren't I? Yepper. That's what I thought. We're going to lock out right here because of that, right? Now, we could manually place, which is fine. And then, you know, if we do that, and usually what I try to do for this is I try to just kind of center this here. As much as I can. On the dot. Replace. Copy. Although in this instance, we're going to probably shoot. We should probably keep this up here. Never mind. Hold on. Ah, shoot, I left it. Dumb of me. Now we don't even have that. Exactly. A lot of times I'll just manually place these in, but doesn't always work. Just something for now. So I can figure out actually what I want to put there. And we know we could change the color of this. Look at that. All right. All right, folks. I got to get going. I need to eat something. What time is it now? I got... Well, it's been on for 5.5 hours. I got to go do some grocery shop and eat. I may or may not return tonight. And if I do, it'll probably be via the Discord, and you can join me on my Discord. And I usually just hang out, build, and mess around with some stuff. Listening to some actual music instead of this repetitive playlist that is quite good, but it's also not something I can do on stream because it is copyright. So we generally have to do other means to hang out and listen to actual music. So yeah, keep an eye on the Discord. I do jump in there and listen to tunes. And if you have any build questions or anything, feel free to ask when I'm there. Other than that, is there anybody streaming now that we know? Anybody see anybody streaming? No Man's Sky stuff? We will be on tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock our usual time, 10 a.m. Eastern time. And then following day, same, unless otherwise posted. Let's see here. Do I see anybody doing No Man's Sky? Not that I know. Oh, Zane's World's going. Abandoned mode, fresh start number 7. If you want to check out Zane's World, that would be fine. Be more than fine, because Zane's awesome. So go check out Zane's World if you would like. I don't know how I have this put in my Discord, but we'll get to that. What was I gonna say? Anything else? Well, you know, thank you for joining as per usual. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Keep an eye on when I pop in, usually on, you know, it'll tell you if you hit that notification bell. So if you haven't done it yet, don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, and all that jive. We'll be back tomorrow to work on this a little bit more. And we'll go from there. All right, folks. Until next time, this has been me, that wacky guy, Kevin C. here at Action Pants Gaming. Wishing all of you out there in the No Man's Skyverse a little bit of love, peace, and Starship Grease. And get those action pants on. Get out there. Start building some wild and wacky stuff. Until next time, y'all. Take care, and we'll see you soon. Bye, everybody. Enjoy. And we're gonna hit the end music.
Action Pets Gaming. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. Laid back. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Throwing parts. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right.